Oh. Hmm. Fresh, fresh start to the stream. Sneeze. Ooh, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, Marcus Militia proudly brings to you its undisputed, undefeated heavyweight champion of the fail. It's your boy, Marcus Alford, aka Heel Marcus, aka Half Trash, Half Amazing, aka Mr. No 1v1, aka Body McBotterson, aka worst streamer in the world. And we are back, baby. It's your boy. What's good, everybody? Hope everybody's having a great day. I truly appreciate each and every one of y'all that do pop in here. Shout out to everybody who's watching us on YouTube later on. I appreciate that too. Much love to everyone that hangs out with us tonight. Got a good show set up for everybody. We've got KyleLiterally coming through for our nice little sports chat. You already know that vibe. 5:15. We'll be here in about 7 minutes. So we're gonna riff a little bit, hang out for a bit, talk, and get some sports chat in. Listen to me. A lot of topics, and we got a new little setup for that. I don't even think I haven't shown KyleLiterally yet, so he'll be surprised just like everybody. Super exciting to see that. We got a Fright night tonight, Dead by Daylight. So we're gonna play a lot of Dead by Daylight on the stream right after we finish the sports talk. Because tomorrow is live react night, so we'll be doing Fortnite on Friday. So Fright night is tonight. We knocked out the we did some Fortnite this week, so which was pretty good. Got a dub in the squad win. That was pretty good. We've got a Fall Guys squad win as well this week. It's been okay. We trying to get more dubs. We want more dubs in the weeks and everything like that. Let me just go over the topics today. Me and Kyle are going to talk about the Coach of the Year, MVP, second round of the NBA, Aaron Rodgers, future of Kemba Walker, tampering, and we got Game Fest E3. Everything is going on this weekend. It's going to be a big deal. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about, and it's just gonna be a fun time. So I'm hoping everybody comes in here, and if you want to talk sports, and you can talk sports with us too, definitely jump in the chat and say what's up, and tell me what your thoughts are on certain things. Love to hear from y'all. Shout out to Trey Bands. Thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate it. Shout out to everybody's hosting. I truly appreciate y'all as well. Do do Yeah, so there's a new 2K sim that dropped last night. There's a new Madden sim that drops tonight. So it's a lot going on. I know the current debate, because this is gonna be something we don't talk with because it's an extra bonus sports talk right now. The current talk right now is to be on first take was about about LeBron switching numbers, obviously from 23 to 6, and they were asking, well, which LeBron is better, number 26 or the sixth one? The sixth one is normally what he did when he came to Miami. So he did Miami in 26 or in six, and now he's gonna do the rest of his career in six in LA. He did 23 this year, and I think last year as well, and then he did 23 all in Cleveland. And some people are like, well, you're always gonna be better when you're younger, and I'm like, that's not necessarily true. Let's think about it. LeBron James, his first 6 years was a phenomenal talent, but he never won the championship. And granted, obviously he had some little different help over the years, whatever, but also his body was different too. He also wasn't the premier scorer he was, a shooter as he was back then either. He was more of a driver. He was passing and all that stuff. Now he's a solid shooter. He can do the driving and still do other things. Also go back to Jordan. Jordan's first 6 years, he was undersized apparently, according to those era of basketball. And you're going against Detroit and stuff. So after those 6 years, I mean, the cocaine bulls and everything, clearing all them out and going through the whole situation with Detroit. He went and changed his body up. He worked out a little bit more. He got more muscle, changed his game up. Obviously, a lot of times you could be super great as a young person, but you usually get better over time with experience. Never forget that. Experience always works. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. This girl came in with receipts and everything. I'm watching Judge Jerry. Jerry Springer is a judge. All right, cool. Oh man, I done missed the whole argument. Give me 1 sec. We just waiting on Kyle to come through. 5:15. That. I just can't wait to show him the new setup. There he is. All right. Do 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 do. Kyle in here. Kyle is currently muted, but assuming he'll get the video up and running in a second. Do 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 do. Just waiting. Hey, let's get levels right. Do 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 do
We
do.
did it.
Yeah, there we go. All
Ooh.
right. Now let's switch over to our new interview segment area.
Interview segment. Boy.
Do 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 do. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, KyleLiterally is in the building.
Look at you with your PTI layout. Thinking you all that in a bag of chips.
I had to do something. I had to do something.
Yeah. I
Had to
feel
spice
that.
it up a little bit for the 99 and the 2000s.
That's sure.
What's good? What's
Every
good,
soul
homie?
says. What's good? Man, it's E3, man. It's the best time of the year.
It's
It's
the
it's
most
Christmas in June.
wonderful time of the
Time
year.
of the year.
But before we
Yum
get
yum
into
yum.
E3 and all that good stuff, we got some sports topics to talk about.
Sports.
Yo, trusty rundown over here. Look at that. Sucks to
Ah.
be you clowns that try to be sports talkers. But anyway, we're gonna talk about first and start off first. Coach of the year, Tom Thibodeau, coach of the New York Knicks, has been named head coach of the year. Um, he led the Knicks to a playoff berth after the Knicks being god awful for about like what 10 years,
At least.
and they were what a 4 seed, 5 seed, something like that. They were
4 seed. They were 4 seed.
yeah, they
I
were
think the
four
Hawks are
seed.
5. Yeah.
And I mean, obviously they got bounced out of the first round by Atlanta. This was all about the regular season, and Coach Tibbs gave them a massive turnover. Honestly,
Yeah,
there'd be
true.
other coaches, Phoenix's coach and Utah and Doc that you could have given it to, those 1 seeds. But I mean, I'm not 100% upset about this one. It's the turnaround is what did it for me. Like Utah was already a regular up at the top of their division of the Western Conference. Denver was up there already. Philadelphia's already been up there. The Knicks have been basically irrelevant for God knows how long. And for them to end up making the playoffs at a 4 seed is, you know what? Give it to him. I couldn't even be mad.
Absolutely. I mean,
Couldn't be mad.
look at the pieces that he has in New York. I mean, we got Derrick Rose, who's been injured for most of his career and
Yep.
has had like a breakout year somehow. We got Julius Randle. He was playing really well.
Yep.
But like beyond that, who's on that squad?
I just
And the
realized
fact that
Todd
they were
Gibson
able
was
to,
there.
yeah, and Nerlens Noel's there too, which is funny.
Yeah.
Like, when you see things like that, I feel like you have to give it up to coaches like this because
Yeah.
it's so impossible to just kind of make that kind of run, especially in
Yep.
this year with all COVID stuff happening now.
Yep.
Especially because they didn't have an off season, so
Yep.
that is remarkable, and I
Well,
gotta give it.
well,
up
the
to
Knicks had
him.
an off season. They were terrible last year, so they were home.
Sure.
They
Well, they
they
probably needed that extra
they
time,
had
and
time
they
to
they they
stew.
maximized that time.
Yeah,
But
but
like, so I mean, but the Knicks weren't good this entire season, though. Do you remember how did they get started? Because I don't remember them being in the conversation at the beginning. I know they were hovering around like 10, 11, 12 for a while.
Yeah,
and
they
then all
started
of a
off
sudden they were like a four
slow,
seed.
and then eventually I think they made the trade for Derrick Rose, and
Right.
I think Nerlens Noel was hurt for a little bit, and then
Mm-hmm.
they just started slowly moving up and up and up, and they started scratching and clawing. You were like, well, wait a minute, they're a playoff team in like the middle of the year, and you were like, all right, Julius Randle is gonna get Most Improved Player, and
Mm-hmm.
they're like slowly continuing to go, and I'm like, this is kind of different. This is getting kind of scary. Holy crap, they're the 4 seed. What happened here? I mean, obviously, you had teams like Miami take the fall down,
Yeah.
and like, other teams that were just kind of like just there, but not really there. Washington took the dip because of the COVID. Like, I think
Right.
Boston took a fall down too. Like, you had teams that were starting to drop, and they just kept rising up there.
And
I
you got to seize that opportunity.
yeah,
That's what makes a good coach, right?
yeah.
You see that
I
happen,
can't
and
object to this one. I have no objections.
yeah,
So
absolutely. I can't think of anybody else who would even contest for that
yeah, I mean, besides like the
because
Phoenix coach, because Phoenix also had a big turnaround as well.
they did, but I
Like,
think they had more pieces to do that with.
yeah,
They had Chris Paul,
yeah.
you know.
I mean, they were the gem of the bubble towards the end. They had that like nice little run to try to get to the playoffs from the bubble, and
Mhm,
they missed it by like a game or so. So
mhm,
I got that one. If you wanted to argue that one, because they ended up going from missing the playoffs to like what 2 seed or something like
right.
that. So
Yeah, yeah.
I got it. I was like, I understand. I just felt like the Knicks, if you're gonna be the Knicks and you go from hot garbage water to the 4 seed, they should throw a parade. They should have a banner rung because they're like, yo, hung up. Like, we did something here this year that was just almost impossible. So I
Mhm.
got no
I
objections
feel
to it.
like that the coach of the year always ends up going to. I'd have to do some research on this, but I just feel like how I remember it, it's always the 4, 5, 6 seeds that
Yeah,
have the coach of the year.
it's got to be
Because
those
the
massive
top teams are
turnarounds.
always going to be people you expect
Yeah,
for sure. Like
yeah,
Doc Rivers is not coach of the year,
yeah,
you know.
yeah,
But that's dope though.
yeah.
So shout outs. I'm glad Thibodeau's doing the thing down there in New York. You love to see the Knicks be good in
Yep.
the league. Um, so yeah, I'm here for it
Yeah.
by all means.
Now our next topic, though, I have full objections with,
MVP, MVP.
and I am disgusted at the
Disgusted.
voting. So
Okay,
Jokic got the MVP,
he sure did.
which I knew was coming because obviously they were already trying to push the narrative that Joel Embiid is always hurt, even though he only missed like 10 games or it was like 12 games or something like that. And the only reason why he missed half of those games were because of COVID protocol. He was never caught. He was never. He never tested positive, but he was contact tracing that he ended up missing games. And besides the one little, I think he had like one small like knee bruise or something at one point. He didn't miss a lot of games,
Right.
and I knew they were already setting him up for the. You're not gonna get it this year, buddy. And they were like, he's got to make sure he's more reliable and dependable throughout the year. They still were a number 1 seed from
Yeah.
the 8 or 10 games that he missed. Like, come on, stop it. But the one thing I was really disgusted by is he only got one first place vote in the MVP voting.
Right.
That's the same amount as Kevin Durant. I think it was no, it was Giannis and I think Chris Paul. Oh no, Steph Curry. No, Chris Paul. Chris Paul got one. Giannis got one. Steph Curry got 5 first place votes. Mind you, Steph Curry barely got into the playoffs,
Right.
and he
Because
got 5.
I think here's the thing. I'm not upset that Jokic won MVP.
Yeah,
I think he's definitely worthy of it. I
yeah,
think Denver, that team barely makes. They probably are in the play-in tournament without
Yeah,
Jokic. You know what I mean? And that's if they had Jamal Murray the entire time.
yeah,
So with that, I think what's alarming for me with this is that all those other players only got one first place vote. I think you can make the case for Joel Embiid, Steph Curry, Chris Paul.
yeah,
I don't think Giannis was MVP this year, but like there could be three other people that should have at least they should have more than one. There's no way in the world, and I don't that doesn't make sense to me. Um, I don't know.
yeah. I agree. I wasn't a fan of just how low the numbers were. Like
Right.
they had Jokic going completely far and away, like blown away is number one. And then Joel Embiid came in second in total number, but it was just weird. Like, but at that point, I was already prepared weeks ago for
Mm-hmm.
Embiid not to win, so I kind of just was like, all right, whatever. But to see the
Yeah.
number, I was like, ew, like that's not even close.
It's disrespectful
Yeah.
in a way.
And then
And
you see Joel Embiid drops 40 last night in a win, while Jokic is 0-2 in his series right now. We'll get to the second round later. I
see,
just
and this
thought,
is what I mean. Like the MVP, what the criteria of the
yeah,
MVP of the NBA needs to be much more defined
yeah,
because is this an award for the regular season?
yeah. It's regular season.
But it doesn't feel like that because we
If they
always
vote
seem to
afterwards
include
too, yeah,
conversations
which
around
is
the
it
playoffs. They
doesn't feel.
vote
It has to be
afterwards.
right at the end of the season. It has to be.
So with them, like if it's right after the season before the playoffs start, sure. But I
Yeah,
guarantee you there has to be some sort of influence or impact on the
of
votes
course.
when you look at that first round of the
Yep.
playoffs. And I think a lot of people saw that like Embiid got hurt again in that first round,
Mm-hmm.
and they said, "Hey, look, this just is a thing. He's a valuable player for sure, but you know, he's not consistent enough." And I don't know if that's really the criteria that we need to be going on in a year like this, where any kind of consistency from any player is a hard, tall order to be
Yep.
asking of somebody. And again, I can't stress enough. I love watching Jokic play. That dude can ball,
Yep.
which doesn't make sense when you look at his figure and all that stuff. Like he just the way that man moves is remarkable. And I feel the same way about Embiid too.
Yeah.
And I think it should have been neck and neck. Those two were the best players in the league by far, especially for big
Exactly.
men who are doing things that big men don't do in the league.
Yep.
Like 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 generational centers right now at
Mm-hmm.
this point. If Jokic is technically a center, but like they one vote is bonkers to
Yeah.
me, and
And
I
I,
don't know
I just
why that was the case.
I'm tired of them trying to use even the past because they kind of made it seem like because Embiid missed a couple of games, even though he wasn't injured, they kind of lumped it in with his previous injury history as a way to say, oh, this is why we can't give him the MVP. And I'm like, we're talking about this season where we had
Hmm.
people out all the time for COVID contact tracing. You cannot penalize a person for missing those games because he just happened to be in the same room as someone else that had an inconclusive test. So
Yeah,
they had to be sitting out. It's just weird. But
there's so much serendipity
yeah,
that comes with the MVP award, and it makes me feel like that it's becoming more and more irrelevant every year.
yeah,
I feel like the finals MVP carries so much more weight because it's like, hey, look, you survived all of this. You survived the regular season. You
yeah,
survived the playoffs. You got all the way to the end. You carried your team all the way to the end, and you were the one who came through in the end. That is the most valuable player because without that player, you would not have gotten to the promised land. You
mm-hmm,
know what I mean? That's why we have, but at the same time, when you look at somebody like I'm not dunking on Kawhi Leonard here, but I think, when he won MVP with the Spurs, look how that launched his career.
yeah,
You know what I mean? He may not be that Kawhi right now, but that's another story. But that's also why he's not MVP either.
exactly,
So I think the MVP needs to really consider the playoffs. I think if it's a regular season thing, that needs to happen before game one of the play-in tournament. Period.
Yep.
And man, I wish there was a little bit more transparency around the conversations that go around with that. Maybe not too much because I know the fans are going to just be, chomping at the bits for something like that to just kind of twist and
Yeah.
contort what that means. But as someone who's a journalist who's like just like I need more information, I need more information here
Yeah.
because I just don't know what this means anymore.
Yeah. Because sometimes the criteria just doesn't. If you're telling me if it's stats based, then that's it. But if it's not
Right.
just about stats, it's about your impact with your team, your team's win loss record, your injury time off or whatever. I need to know all of that. I need to know if that's the case, then yeah, Embiid's not going to get the votes. But if you're all of a sudden now saying, oh, injury history or injury history counts, not even just the short term, like the season injuries, which is not even something that if you're going to penalize someone for injuries, it has to be legit injuries, like
Mm-hmm.
t- putting COVID protocol and quarantining because of contact tracing on that player when it's not his fault is unfair.
Yeah.
Because if you take out those things, then all of a sudden he missed maybe 6 games, and you're
Yeah.
like,
And
like how,
that's why we need to revise that criteria, right? Because within the NBA is very different from other leagues because I think the regular season carries a lot less weight than it does in football and maybe not so much in baseball, but even with hockey too. Like there's so much of a grind in that. Whereas the NBA is just like, hey, we're doing things like load management, which I hate that term, but that's what we're calling it.
mm-hmm,
These are people who are just being like, hey, look, our players are tired. They're exhausted. They need to. Anyone who plays 82 games in a season, sure, great, that's
yep,
awesome. But I think the regular season should award things like Defensive Player of the Year, or Rookie of the Year, Most Improved Player, Six Man, all those awards, All NBA Team, All Star, all that good stuff. That's dope. That makes so much sense for the regular season. But and I don't want to put too much weight on the MVP as being like, hey, you have to win a championship in order
yeah,
to be the most valuable player. And I don't think that's true, but I think when you start attributing something like value to a title, then I think you need to understand like what is the value that you're seeking in this award. Because if you don't have that established, then what are you valuing in this person, in this player? It's not clear. So it feels random. And it's not though, because nobody else got more than one first place vote. So there's some sort of criteria that all those first place votes understood that we don't.
yep,
And that's what's wrong with the MVP right now.
yeah. He played 51 games out of a 72 game season. Now
Embiid
even just
or
yeah,
because
even just
Jokic played all games, if I'm
huh?
not mistaken, right? Jokic played every game this
I
season.
believe so.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
But if
Yeah.
you even
Still.
if you say Embiid missed what 20 or was it 21 games and you cut half of that just off of COVID protocol, and then that one game we just sat out the end of the season, still 10. Like
Yeah.
that's not a lot. Like
I mean, yeah. It is what it is.
yeah,
Who do
it's just
you feel like was the MVP of the league this year?
hmm. What's that?
Who do you think was the MVP of the league this year?
I mean, if I'm going off of what the impact was, I feel like the Sixers were number one seed. Denver was not. So if I'm going to go
Okay.
for MVP, I'm thinking that they led their team to the best record, all that stuff for the regular season. I'm going to pick a number one seed. And obviously, because Utah is the other number one seed and they don't have the type of offensive stats on any of anybody on their roster compared to Embiid, I would pick Embiid off of that alone because he's the one that's leading the team. He averaging almost 30 points a game, averaging almost I believe a double double every night. Um, so it's like if you're going to put if that's the criteria, if the criteria is about who's the most valuable, who's the most dominant player that in that year, you're gonna pick the guys at number one because he gave you the best record. He beat everybody, almost at least.
Right.
So I'm going with that. I understand why Jokic gets it because of his stat line and everything too. And that, he played all 72 games. Is awesome, but still wasn't the number one seed. He didn't lead them to the best record in their conference, whereas Embiid did that, and he led them in the conference that has the most unnecessarily annoying stacked team of all time, the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah.
He led them
So
against
annoying.
an MVP candidate that is Giannis all the time. 2-time reigning, defending MVP from last year. Giannis is there. He was the best player, he was the best player on the best team that this year on the Eastern Conference. So I would say give it to him, but I understand giving it to Jokic. I just think it's disgusting that he only got one MVP vote. Like, but I think it's because people were running the narrative. Oh, he's got to be more consistent. I'm sorry, 51 games is still damn good out of 72. When half of those times you're out is because of contact tracing, where he could have played and he said, "I'm willing to play. I don't even feel sick. I'm not sick." And then you go, "Okay, you're good." So that's what 3 or 4 unnecessarily missed games here and there, and you're like, it's unfair. But I'm like, I don't think anybody should be penalized for missing games for contact tracing, because it's not their fault. It's not like they got injured on their own or anything. They got taken out by somebody else.
Right.
Yeah, I was never rocking with that. But congrats to Jokic, I guess.
Yeah, congrats. I mean, I'm happy for dude. He's a great player. I think Denver wouldn't be where they're at without him, no doubt.
Yeah.
But I also feel that way. But and I think that's all right. One more thing before we move on or whatever. But like, we're putting so much weight on the fact that okay, if you take this player out of the team, this is what happens to them. And I don't think that that's substantial enough to, you know, quantify what the impact is of these players are. Because if that's the case, you could say that about any of these players.
Yeah.
Right? And I think even that's a spectrum because it's just like, well, if you take James Harden out of the Nets, well, we still have, you know, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, so they're still going to be great. So there's, but to say that James Harden doesn't have value to that team is absurd to me because if they have James Harden, then they're going to be better. So of course, so all these players have value, and I think if you take Joel Embiid out of the Sixers, they're a lower 6, 7, 8 seed. You know, maybe.
Most likely, I think their ceiling would be like 4. If anything, if they had a hot streak, 4, maybe 5.
Right. If you take Steph Curry out of the Golden State Warriors, they're one of the worst teams in the league.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, this is why since that's such a common denominator for every single player, what are we talking about with these players that sets them apart?
Yeah.
And I don't think we're really having that conversation because when I look at Jokic, when I look at Embiid, I see 2 very similar players. And I can't unless I sit down and watch hours and hours of footage, which obviously I would hope that these voters would do because you know, whatever. But like, I just want to know what that conversation is like and what it's about because what else besides they wouldn't win without them is informing me why this person is the most valuable. Because otherwise, it's just like that just feels very antiquated to me. It's an old way of thinking
in a weird popularity contest too.
It's exactly that, and that's why I really don't care so much about who the MVP is because I want to see what those other accolades are.
Yeah, because it was
I'm not sure how I feel about Gobert winning Defensive Player of the Year. I don't agree with that, but whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the one that got me.
That got me too. I was like, okay. Like I said, this whole thing I feel like is more of a popularity contest. And if you're popular with the people that they are the voters, they're easier to jump at you. And I feel like because Embiid and even Ben at times have found their way at kind of just miffing at what you said or whatever, he doesn't really care. Then people start taking it the wrong way and they start feeling some type of way and they get in their feelings and it kind of ruins the
Yep.
entire situation.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on a
And
second.
that's what's up with I feel like the media, I'll say, um, talked themselves out of voting for Embiid because how much of the conversation around the Sixers in the past 2 years has been about how Joel Embiid needs to, be aggressive in the paint and
Yep.
do all this other stuff, and such a huge narrative that has been spun around this team that
Mm-hmm.
feels like such a false narrative because I don't think people are watching the Sixers games. I think they're watching Nuggets games. I think they're watching
Yep.
the Jazz. They're watching the Warriors. They're watching the Nets, but they're not watching the Sixers.
No,
And
they're
I feel
not.
like
And
this
you
is
can tell,
evidence.
like, even when they were on TNT a couple of times towards the end of the season, they were talking about stuff like Chuck and like Shaq and them. And I'm like, it doesn't sound like you watched any of these games when they're not on your network.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah,
Shaq's like, he's got to
they're not.
dominate more. And I'm like, bro, have you been watching? He's got to get in the paint more. I'm like, have you been watching? He has like one of the highest usage ratings in the paint. Like,
Right. He's
we're
not jacking threes all day like he
we're a
was last
post
season.
up team at the most part. Like, we
He
got
posts up
shooters.
at the perimeter.
Yeah, he's like,
Come
give me the
on.
ball. I got this, guys. He starts backing you down. You're like, well, all right. But yeah, like
Right.
so,
And, man.
I get weirded out when they say stuff like that, and then like Kenny Smith is talking about Embiid's history with injuries, and I'm like, it's not about history with injuries. You have to talk about what's going on this season. This is about
What's happening
this
now?
season,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like, well, he's been out a couple of games. I'm like, do y'all even realize he was out for contact tracing and not an injury? And I'm
Yeah.
like, that what shows me. I'm like, you're not following certain things unless it's a part of what you want to talk about. And I'm assuming the Sixers aren't the flashy, nice looking pick at times, or because they're kind of like dicks.
They're still mad that Ben Simmons doesn't shoot the ball.
Yeah,
That's why Joel Embiid's not the MVP.
people still go off about that. Like, oh my God, Ben never wants to shoot. Does that matter when he's defensively? He should have been defensive player of the year, but he's knocking out defense like on everybody's star player. He can play from the 5 to the 1 at any moment, still pass the ball, and if he feels like it, he can attack the rim almost like LeBron James.
Yep. Yep. People
Why are
don't
we worried
appreciate the
about his
Sixers.
shooting when we got Seth Curry, we got Danny Green, we got other people that can actually shoot the ball? Let them shoot. Let him do everything else that we need him to do.
Yeah.
It's just
I agree.
ugh. But anyway, and I've got that off my chest about the stupid MVP race. Let's go into the second round that's currently going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight we got the Bucks and the Nets. That's tonight. Bucks are down 0-2.
0-2. They sure are. I'm a little surprised by that, to be honest. I really thought they would at least split.
Yeah.
In Brooklyn. I think the Bucks are gonna probably win tonight, but that might be it.
They gotta win.
They have to win.
They gotta win.
But I think that series is over. That series is already over because the Nets are dominating the Bucks right now in a way that is just like, dude, like what?
The thing about it is
they beat them by like almost 40 the other day. Yeah. That was game 2. Game 2 should have been the response. And I think that shows you just what the Bucks' response is going to be for the rest of the series. They don't have enough to keep up with the Nets, period.
Not only are the Nets dominating the Bucks, the Nets are actively looking to expose Giannis as not a great defender. Kevin Durant has made it his life purpose to say, I am going to score on you at will. And I kind of called this a while back because there was a Brooklyn Nets Bucks game during the season where Brooklyn was taking the last shot, and I think it was Kevin Durant. It might have been Harden. It was one of those guys. I think it was Kevin Durant. And I looked around to see who was covering Kevin Durant, and the person that wasn't covering him was Giannis. Giannis was in the corner covering, of all people, Jeff Green. Now,
yeah,
Jeff Green can shoot a 3 if necessary, yes. He is not their go-to shooter ever. You're not
So
looking for a Jeff Green 3 to win you the game when you have Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and James Harden on that team. Giannis has no business being over there, but I thought it was because maybe he is not ready to guard that type of guy and look bad. Because if Kevin
I
Durant
think
scored
it's
on him, it would have
I
been
don't know, man.
ugly.
I think it's I think it's coaching. I think that team is poorly coached. I think Giannis looks lost right now
Yeah.
in the same way that I feel like the Sixers looked lost last year. And I think that whole coverage assignment right there tells you so much about what's happening. This Bucks team does not have any direction.
Mm-hmm.
They sort of lost their identity. They're
Yep.
inconsistent. And
Well,
you
they were
know, I
doing
just
so
don't
well in Miami, though. That's the crazy part.
right, but that's because Miami didn't have their stuff together.
Yeah.
So the Bucks exploited. I think the Bucks are definitely the better team than the Heat. If the Heat
Yeah.
win the series, you'd be seeing the same situation. Jimmy Butler would just be exhausted, wouldn't have any options.
Oh yeah.
Like the Nets are playing good
Yeah.
defense. It's kind of
But
weird.
I didn't expect it to
And
be blowouts. Back to back
I did.
blowouts. Like I didn't
I
expect
did.
that. I thought maybe because they were like, all right, we got Drew Holiday, we got Middleton and all these guys, and Giannis is our defensive player of the year candidate every year, and he's gonna shut down at least either Harden or Durant. And I'm assuming he's gonna aim for Durant because of their height.
It's not enough.
For Durant to actively say, I'm scoring on you and I'm gonna make an example out of you, it was like, wow, this is going to be really interesting. And to see people like Blake Griffin coming around and dunking on Giannis like it was nothing, or not on him, but going for those dunks, and Giannis didn't even have a chance to really go up and block it. And Blake Griffin has the knees
Yeah.
of an 82-year-old Filipino woman. Like,
Yep.
it's not a good look.
It's
So
not.
I'm curious. I'm hoping that they actually turn it around. I believe, yeah, because I believe they're in Milwaukee tonight.
They're in Milwaukee tonight. They're gonna win tonight for sure.
Yeah, I'm
But
hoping they turn around. I'm hoping Giannis, because I feel kind of weird. Like Giannis just doesn't have it. He's not. I'm sorry. I saw this man literally sit on my team's home court on their floor and celebrate that he was balling. So I have a personal grudge with this guy, and I'm low key enjoying this, but I'm also was like, I wanted you to win so we can knock you out the playoffs. So I'm kind of upset that you're kind of avoiding us, you terrible man. But
yeah,
I thought it'd
maybe
be a
we'll get
lot
them next
closer.
year.
I just didn't think back to back blowouts were gonna happen, where people were like, "Yo, it's over already." I'm like, "Whoa, what?" Like I was getting messages like, "Yo, the game's already over." I'm like, "Wait, I just finished streaming. What's going on?" Oh, bro, it's already a blowout. What? And yeah, so I don't know. It's interesting to see the defensive player of the year kind of like look like a deer in the headlights with KD dribbling all over him and shooting in the face. But I'm hoping game 3 is a different thing.
Yeah.
Also tonight, we have the Clippers and the Jazz. Jazz are up
Yo.
1-0. The one thing I remember about game 1 was the terrible ending. For the last 5 minutes of it are what I highlighted the most. At the 5-minute mark, Rudy Gobert, defensive player of the year, gets his 5th foul, and they keep him in the game. 5 fouls, you're still in the game with 5 minutes left. You've got someone with the wingspan of a Kawhi Leonard. You would naturally think they're going to drive and try to get Rudy to commit to a foul. That is not what they did at all. Rudy Gobert stayed in that whole game, those whole 5 minutes, not collecting not one foul because they almost refused to actually drive the basketball. Which led to the Jazz being up by 3 and the Clippers having enough time to take one more shot as they come down. They didn't call a timeout. They were like, screw it. We're just going to go play for it. Now, Kyle, did you watch the game?
I did.
You
I
did?
watched highlights. I didn't get to watch
All
the
right.
whole game.
So they're driving on the field. You got Paul George, you got Kawhi both touching the ball. They do not take the final shot. Who takes the final shot? The Morris twin. With who guarding him? Rudy Gobert, Defensive Player of the Year. You have the best defensive player on their team now guarding your third, maybe fourth shooter. Then you need a 3. I don't care if Kawhi is being mugged at this point. You give that man the ball and let him throw it up. I'd rather have Kawhi being completely gang tackled, throwing a heave at the last second, than the Morris twin by himself with the Defensive Player of the Year, Rudy Gobert, with 5 fouls, lunging at him with his 7'18" wingspan or whatever he got going on, the lanky jerk.
Yep.
I don't even care. Matter of fact, if you gave it to Paul George and he heaved up some terrible playoff P type of throw that he is known to do, I respect that more than you giving me a Morris twin being guarded by Defensive Player of the Year, Rudy Gobert.
And it's funny because Paul George hit a 3 before that to bring it close in the previous possession. I think it was maybe like 2 possessions before the last one. And I mean, you just think they had a whole shot clock at that last shot too, if I'm not mistaken. So they had time to set up their offense. I'm pretty sure they practiced this in practice.
They had time to call a timeout.
Yeah, and
they had a timeout.
They had a timeout, and they didn't use it. So, yep, that's well, no, man. They didn't care. So, as simple as that. I think someone on your coaching staff has to realize that too, right?
Yeah.
Like clearly, you can see on the floor that whole possession was just jacked. It didn't look good from the start.
Nope.
And I would have called timeout like halfway through that. Once that clock hit about 10, listen, we need to recollect, set up, and get the ball into either Kawhi or Paul George for a 3 or something. And they didn't do it. And yeah, I mean, listen, this happens in every playoff series, I feel like. Or maybe not every one, but a lot of them. And you see this at least once in a while. I think the Clippers are going to recover. I think they'll be okay. I think they're going to be competitive throughout the series, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
But
this isn't going to be over.
Like, yeah, it's not going to be over, but I also do feel like I still think the Jazz are going to pull it off.
Yeah.
But it's going to take them 6-7 games.
Yeah. I can see that.
Clippers team, outside of those last possessions, they looked good against the Jazz, and they looked a lot better than what they did against the Dallas Mavericks. So if they can kind of keep that up, or just maybe distribute the ball a little bit better on their final possessions, in the fourth quarter, and make some better decisions. I could see them winning game 2 tonight for sure, but I don't know if they will.
Yeah. You kind of not sure which Clipper team is going to show up. You get the super hungry, super competitive Clipper team that makes you look like they're the best team in the West. Or you get the Clippers team that kind of just feels like they're coasting and looks like they should be swept at any moment.
Right.
So, you never know. And I'm nervous.
You never know.
But it'll be interesting to say the least. I believe Utah will win again at home. And I feel like the Clippers will take 2 at their home, game 3 and 4. And then that's when it gets really interesting.
Yeah.
I'm curious, but we'll stay on the west side. We got Phoenix and Denver tomorrow, Friday night.
Yeah, we do.
Denver is currently down 0-2. And I'm not gonna lie to you, they're not close.
They're not close.
And they've already the conversation that came out this morning is that basically Denver quit last night from their own coach. Their own coach said they quit. How can I feel confident in betting or even rooting on this team if I'm hearing from their own coach that they quit in the middle of a playoff series and they're about to go home? Like, they're going home to defend home court, but how can I feel confident in that team?
I wonder what the conversation was like in the locker room
Yeah.
after that second game, because it was never close.
No.
And the
And
Nuggets are, you're going to start to see that they miss Jamal Murray for
oh,
sure.
of course.
At this point, they miss him, and I think this team's going to just get exhausted because, I mean, they're not going to get these sensational nights from someone like Michael Porter Jr. or who else is on their team.
Yeah, Michael Porter Jr. has a back injury right now.
Okay, and see, and that's the thing. Like,
yeah,
this team is tired. They're exhausted. They're injured. They've come a long way, and I really want to see the Nuggets get further than this at some point, because I've always had a thing for the Denver Nuggets and just wanted to see them get over the hump. Even especially when they have like AI.
I was about to say that's your old AI. That's your old AI allegiance going in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not even going to deny that, but I think. And even as like someone who's a Carmelo Anthony fan too, like I loved it when I saw those two come together. But also, I mean, as someone who's just kind of tired of seeing the same teams make the Western Conference Finals, whatever, it'll be good to shake it up. But I don't think this is their year. I think Phoenix they're going back to Denver, right? Tonight? Is that tonight? And
no, tomorrow.
Like, it's tomorrow. And with that, man, I just don't see them rallying. I think they're going to get a game at home for sure. They're not going to get swept. This Nuggets team is too good, even without everything to get swept. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Suns wrap this up in 5 or 6. Chris Paul is playing some incredible basketball right now. One of the most underrated point guards of all time, and he wants this. You could see in the way that he was playing last night or the other night, like, he wants it, and I can't see the Suns falling to the Nuggets at this point. I just don't think it's going to happen. Like, Chris Paul had 15 assists and 1 turnover. 15 assists and 1 turnover. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. It's over.
The interesting thing about this is going to be a completely different Western Conference final, because there's no LeBron, there's no Steph.
There's no LeBron. No.
Like, the picture of finals without either one of them is just going to be weird. Like, it was weird already when you saw LeBron representing the West and Steph was nowhere to be found. And you have Miami, which is pretty much a LeBron former team, but still, it was still weird. But there's a lot of opportunities for a lot of the teams that are left. I think out of the 8 teams that are remaining, 5 of them have never won a championship.
Yeah.
3 of them have won a championship, but it's been well over 30 years at least, maybe 20 years. So it's going to be super interesting.
Are those 3 teams? It's the Sixers. And I mean, I don't even know who the other 2 would be. I know the Jazz have never done it. Clippers, of course not.
Bucks are one of them.
The Bucks are one of them. When did they win?
I think they
missed
won
that one.
Let me
obviously, because I wasn't alive. But
these were a long time ago too.
And I guess the Nets, when they were...
No, Nets never won one.
No? They never won one. Okay. So then the Bucks...
Okay. All right, I got it. Let's see. Sixers, 1983 for the Sixers. 1971 for the Bucks. 1958 for the Hawks.
Oh, that does not count. Was that even the NBA?
Right. Oh, wait. Last time winning the NBA title. Yep.
The 80s. So we talking 4 decades.
384 combined seasons without an NBA title for the remaining 8 teams here.
That's
The
nuts.
Clippers, Jazz, Nets, Nuggets, Suns never won a title.
And look how many mid-market teams we have right now.
Yeah,
You know, this is a good year for the NBA
it's a
because
great year.
I know a lot of people probably won't feel that way, but I think the fact that we can have teams like the Nuggets and the Suns and the Bucks and the Nets, well, the Nets, whatever, like the
Yeah,
Hawks, like
the
these teams are
Hawks. Yeah.
competing. Like legit, if you ignore the first couple of games of the second round and you were to go in here,
Mm-hmm.
or let's say like you saw the Hawks win, like
Yeah.
they did, I would look across the board and say, listen, all 8 of these teams can win the championship this year.
Yep.
And that's so exciting because for how long have we been watching a league that's just been LeBron, Steph Curry, and like Kobe and Tim Duncan?
Yep.
Those are like the only 4 people that I swear have won championships in the
Yep.
last 20 years. So I'm here for it, yo.
Yeah. And it's going to be interesting because you have 5 teams that have never won it. The reaction from the area those areas is going to be amazing. I don't think Utah hasn't been that close to a title until since Jordan pushed off of Byron Russell. Like,
yep.
we're not going to talk about Karl Malone showing up at the Utah Jazz playoff game either. Gross. But
It's
Dwayne
not
Wade
Triple
was
H.
there.
I know that much.
Huh?
It's not Triple H.
Yeah. But yeah, Karl Malone's trash.
Yep.
But Dwayne Wade was there, part owner. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I didn't know that till like yesterday.
Yeah. And he's like right there on the bench. I'm like, yo, if you suit up, bro, I don't think anybody's gonna question it. Can you sign yourself to a 10-day contract? Like, yo, I'm just gonna throw this jersey on real quick. No worries, guys.
Goodness.
But like, look at that. Then you have the Nuggets who've never won too. Like, they've been through so much over these decades. Like, so it'll be interesting. I mean, if the Clippers win, God, you just that'll be amazing for the simple fact that they're leaving the Staples Center. So they'll have that one banner up there for a little bit to say, hey, we did something, y'all. Right
that
before they leave.
Hilarious.
That would be hilarious. Right before they leave, like, hey guys, we got something up there. Just saying.
We contributed.
We did stuff. But yeah, that'd be interesting. I'm interested no matter what. This is going to be a good series. And we got one last game left to talk about of round 2. The Sixers, baby! Sixers are taking on the Hawks tomorrow night. And game 3 in Atlanta. The series is 1-1 tie. Embiid dropped 40 last game. Trae Young had a respectable 20, like 21. Gallinari dropped 21 as well. So it was an interesting night to say the least. They lost DeAndre Hunter for the season, having surgery. I don't see anybody stopping Embiid.
No.
I love that the Sixers made a real big emphasis on trying to slow down Trae Young at all costs. I love that they didn't give up on Danny Green either. Because that was the thing. Everybody was ready to throw in the towel on Danny Green. I'm like, Danny Green is from the Pop era. He has been told, you either gonna make this work or you dead. Like, so he's like, no, I'm not gonna be the sole blame for this. And he got torched in the first quarter of game 1, but then eventually slowed everything down in game 2, and then eventually he did his thing, and then you had Thibault coming out of nowhere doing his thing on down Trae Young, and Ben Simmons was on Trae Young for a little bit as well. So it was a good defensive showing last game. It's a lot more physical. I love that the Sixers came out and was like, we're gonna play bully ball on these little kids. I'm like, yo.
And I think that's going to be the deciding factor for this
Yeah.
series for the Sixers. I think they have to play tough against this team because
Yep.
the Hawks exploited them
Yeah.
in that first game. They definitely exploited our second unit. And I think what's going to this Hawks team is very dangerous, and I
Yep.
don't think people need to. There's not going to be a gentleman's sweep here.
No.
I think the Hawks are going to win tonight, or when they play. Is it tonight?
Tomorrow.
It's not tonight. It's tomorrow. It's
Yeah.
tomorrow. Wow, I feel like everything is today.
Yeah.
It's weird, but you know,
it feels like a Friday.
I think the Hawks are gonna. I think the Hawks are gonna pull off with Game 3. I think they have one of the things that I love about the Hawks is that they're a team of role players.
Yeah.
They got a lot of young players. They got some veterans on there too, and they're just being like, "Hey, look, we've got nothing to lose here."
Yeah.
And
they're all young.
They're gonna go back down. Yeah, and they got to go. They're going back to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
That arena's going to be rocking.
Yeah.
They haven't. They were not destined for the second round of the playoffs this year, and
well,
this is happening. And like I think most role players are going to show up in a major way.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Sixers role players are going to show up because I think it's going to be another thing with Game 1 where it's just like, you know, Shake, Korkmaz, Maxi, so many of these players, even Danny Green, I think they're just like they got to show up, they got to score the ball.
Yeah.
And like, what was Tobias Harris' line in that first game? Because I know he scored.
Tobias dropped 20 in back-to-back games.
In back-to-back games, and
it's weird.
Tobias Harris is the quietest scorer I've ever come across. It almost like
it's so funny because people be like slandering him too. They're like, "Yo, what is Tobias doing?" And you look at the stat line, he's like 21 and 10. You're like,
"Oh, right, he's 20 and 10 in the first game, and then in 36 minutes." And like, I swear, sometimes I watch Sixers games, and I don't know if it's just because maybe every time I go down for a drink or a dip of the chips or something, and that's when Tobias scores, and I just miss it. But it's something happening where I just feel like Tobias Harris is contributing, but there has to be some sort of statistic that describes like me. Like, is Tobias Harris doing enough for this team right now? Because outside of Joel Embiid, who is your go-to scorer?
It's been Tobias.
Scoring?
It's been Tobias. When Embiid's off the floor, Tobias Harris is the primary scorer. And he's been working with the second unit more because they're really trying to get Embiid the focus when he's on the floor because they want to get those shot blockers in foul trouble early and get those tall guys out. So they've been working that a little bit more when Tobias is on the floor with Embiid. And then when Embiid goes off, he kind of works with the second unit for a little bit. And that's where he's even getting his like 20s and stuff, is because the second unit has been kind of quiet. Korkmaz has not been scoring like he usually does. Although he is trying. God, the man be throwing up some shots. I'm like, bruh, I see your effort. I see your effort. Maybe chill out a little bit. Shake Milton showed up for the second game when he's so streaky. He'll be good so one game and then all of a sudden he's like non-existent for like 3 other games. So it's interesting. Then Maxi will have like a burst, certain things here and there. He's a really fast kid, like, and he goes 100 miles an hour. I'm like, yo, God bless Maxi. Yeah. And then you got Thibault out here, and Thibault's our defensive guy, like. And then Seth Curry has been scoring like 20 points a game now as well, like, which is something I didn't see coming as much. I was expecting like a JJ Redick. He'll hit us for like a good 18 from here and there. He like, no, I'm gonna drive. Give me the ball. I got this guy. So I'm like, whoa. All right, Seth. All right, bro. You got it. You got it, fam. So it's been interesting to see it. I think the Sixers are gonna take Game 3. And to be honest, I'm not gonna lie to you, and I heard you earlier. I think they're gonna get the gentleman sweep. I think they're gonna take.
So we have 2 very different predictions here.
I think they're gonna take it. I think they're gonna take both Atlanta games, and they're gonna come back to Philly and take the Philly game.
Wow. Do you want to place a bet on that?
I don't.
I will buy you a pizza if there's a gentleman's sweep.
I really don't want to bet that one because I
A
don't.
pizza with 3 toppings, because you are inferring that they will win 3 straight games against the Hawks.
I got this feeling that the Sixers. The reason why the Sixers were so bad in Game One, and it showed the difference between the first half and the second half, were the turnovers.
Yeah.
In the Game One, the first half, they had 9 turnovers straight up. Once they sat there and made the adjustments in the second half, they were down by 20. This was supposed to be over. They made that a game, and I went,
They
holy
sure did.
crap. They can, if they're sitting there and they're gonna focus in, they're gonna lock in, they're gonna play like they did Game 2 every time, where they come out the gate and they're just going off. And you got Seth Curry, he like, oh, I'm slashing in here. He knows the people that are guarding him are not able to guard him, and he's getting that Curry mentality where he's like, yo, you're the best player on the goddamn floor. You're better than your brother. He got rings. You need a ring just to show up at the family reunion and say, guess who's still in the playoffs, brother? Like,
exactly.
so I'm expecting that type of mentality where he comes out. Danny Green has not been scoring well, and I'm not really. It's one of those things where I didn't even think about it, and I'm like, I'm not really worried if I got Seth doing his thing. But if he hits a shot here and there, cool. But if Danny's doing his defensive work, especially on Trae Young, cool. Keep doing your thing. If you can slow down Trae Young, perfect. The one thing I noticed was that about Game 1, Atlanta made 19 3-pointers, yo. Like,
and it's
they
at
couldn't miss.
42%.
They
or something
couldn't
like
miss.
That. It was something wild. Yeah.
I was like, I feel like Game 1 was their best showing, and I feel like it might be their only showing, and I feel like it's going to be hard for them to actually get that type of that situation to happen again, where they have 9 turnovers by the Sixers, and they make 19 3-pointers with ease. Like, I think that was a streaky move, and it's not a regular move for them. And I think this will be Embiid taking over that post, controlling the ball, and then controlling the tempo and everything. And I think it'll be a gentleman's sweep.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Well,
I couldn't bet it because I'd feel like it's one of those things where I feel it, but I don't feel it enough where I can just be like, you know
feel
what?
it enough. I was trying to get a free pizza.
I know you were. Like I wasn't feeling it like that. I'm like, I feel it. Like, I just don't think that type of thing is a perfect storm scenario. Like, that's one of those things where everything has to go right every time.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's going to happen every time with the Sixers.
There's
happened
no way
once.
the Sixers are going to do a gentleman's sweep.
Yeah.
They're going to go to 6 or 7 games. This Hawks team, they have so much heart.
They do. I'm not saying they're going to be blown out every night. I just feel like that Game 1 scenario, and it even showed me the second half was more than enough for me. When I was like, all right, they went from 20 to make it an actual 2-point game, which I was like, this is impossible. How? And I'm like,
and I think it's good because the Sixers played pretty consistently in the second half, even in the third quarter, which tends to be their weakness.
Yep.
But that was because they lost that second quarter big.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Hawks were coming back.
Yep.
They cut that big lead that the Sixers had down at halftime, and I'm just like, here we go. It's gonna go down to the wire. It didn't necessarily, but it was still pretty close. I mean, they won by like 16 or whatever, but at the same time, it could have been a whole lot less than that if they weren't careful. And I don't know. I think I could see a gentleman's sweep happening. I could see the Hawks sort of just kind of fizzling out because I think the Sixers are just bigger and stronger and just have more people that play defense.
Yep.
But if this team gets another shooting night like they did in Game 1, or like they did in like the second quarter of Game 2, the Sixers won't have to answer because the Sixers can't score at will.
Yeah.
Period.
But I think they're gonna actually handle the tempo. They're gonna limit any type of like turnovers, and I just feel like Atlanta's a young team. They're gonna be in the playoffs a lot in the
They
future,
are. Trae Young
and
is
I
a
feel like
star.
the veteran team that is the Sixers is going to take care of this one, and it's just going to be one of those things where Atlanta learns from this so that they can get better, and Trey is going to have something he can say, "Oh, I went to the second round. I learned from this. I'm going to keep moving forward. It's going to make me hungrier to get because I got gentlemen swept and whatever." But they're not going to be like we're going to just roll over like Denver has done already. Like they're gonna play their hardest. I just feel like they're missing bits and pieces, and it'll just it won't work for them this series.
Right.
And they're gonna walk into a veteran Sixers team, which is I keep forgetting Dwight Howard is on this damn team until he
Right.
shows
Yeah,
up,
man.
and then all of a sudden you're like, wow, Dwight Howard is still the tallest man on the floor, and I'm like,
Yeah.
whoa, this is going to be interesting. And then all of a sudden he's like, I got it, guys. And he's dunking. I'm like, wait a minute, Dwight Howard's not that young, and he's running the court and everything, and he's still out there, and he's a bully underneath that basket, and he's in the second unit, and then you have guys like Maxi and Shake and then Tobias working the second unit with Thibault. Like, I feel like the defense alone is where I'm also not as worried. If the Sixers weren't a good defensive team or whatever, I'd be like, you know what, this will definitely go 6 or 7 games. But I feel like when the Sixers are really focused on their their priorities or whatever, if the Sixers have like a 3-person priority and they say, all right, Trae Young's number one, and you got the other guys or whatever at 2 and 3, they'll look to eliminate 1 and 2 at least. And they say, "Oh, you're gonna have to make us score. You're gonna have to beat us with these other guys and not Trae Young." And I don't have that type of faith in the rest of the team without Trae Young. Like Trae Young's gonna definitely get his own 20, but he's not gonna be able to drop 40 on us every night. I don't see the Sixers actually allowing that every night. He would have to be shooting from the half court mark as soon as he get over like the line. Like he's got to just let it fly at like 6 seconds every time, and he's got to make it because
Right.
all of a sudden, even if he tries that, you're gonna have Ben right up there as soon as you get an inbound pass. Like they're gonna guard you full court. If you start
Yeah.
chucking it from that far, they're gonna just start guarding you full court. And you got Tobias Harris, not Tobias. You got Green, Ben, and Thibault guarding you all the way up top. You're gonna be exhausted. They're big
Yeah.
bodies, so it's not. This is not gonna be the same as the Knicks game where he got Derrick Rose or somebody else on him. Like this is not gonna be the same defense. So I'm
Yeah.
interested, but in my heart of hearts, calling for the gentleman sweep.
Okay.
Respectfully though, respectfully, not disrespectfully.
Yeah.
Like I'm calling for Brooklyn because I feel like the Bucks are dead.
Yeah.
I'm
The
giving
Bucks are
Bucks the
dead.
benefit of the doubt with a gentleman sweep, but if they lose tonight, man, they might as well just pack it up and go home, or just stay home
Pretty
actually,
much.
because they gonna get swept. You can't lose game
Yep.
3. Oh
No. No.
yeah,
Heads up, I do have a 6:30. Just so you know.
huh?
I gotta bounce at like 6:30.
All right,
Just
all
so
right.
you
Well,
know.
we gotta rapid fire this real quick. All right. What are your thoughts on Porzingis? Right now unhappy in Dallas and looking to either get a bigger role or they possibly could move him for Kemba Walker, who is also unhappy in Boston and ready to move as well.
Oof. Man, Kemba Walker and Luka Doncic, like in that backcourt. Oof.
if
Please, let's make that happen. Let's make that
Kimba's if
happen.
Kimba's healthy,
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
yeah,
but I mean, if Porzingis is unhappy, then
yeah,
that's as bad as being unhealthy. So, listen, I think Porzingis could probably play better or have a better role rather with the team. I
yeah,
think Dallas has a lot of things to reckon with as far as just like what is this team and what are we doing? What are our goals? And They'll figure that out in the offseason for sure. I think Dallas is going to get better in this offseason. I would love to see Kemba Walker in a Dallas Mavericks uniform. I would love to see Luka have that kind of pairing to go alongside with him every game. But man, I don't think Porzingis would be happy in Boston.
No,
you know what I mean? And I don't know how that would work. I don't know if there's some sort of clause in his contract or whatever. But
so the contracts even out, so they can work out a trade straight up with added bonuses here and there. But he would go from being unhappy that he is the sidekick to Luka to being the third guy at Boston. So
yeah, you're right.
And maybe Jaylen Brown and Tatum are still there. They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere.
So you'll be the third guy. So I mean, honestly, you better suck it up and deal with it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Why would you want to leave Dallas right now? They're going to be a championship contender.
Well, he doesn't want to feel like an afterthought. He doesn't want to feel like he's no longer he's making the most money on the team and barely averaging 20 points a game. But he's also injured a lot too.
So. How much I don't know. I'm not a coach. I don't work for the Dallas Mavericks. I can't possibly know what's going down there. But at the same time, I just don't understand when that part comes up, because that just sounds like pride and ego to me.
Basically,
you're making all this money and you say that you want more. Well, what is that more that you want? We can't know because we're not insiders here. But at the same time, man, just be grateful for what you got. I wonder if I were an NBA player, would I be like this? If I'm just like, hey, look, I'm making I don't even know how much he's making. Let's say $75 million on a 5-year contract, and I'm just like, I'm playing with Luka Doncic, and I got this a solid franchise that is legit contender. It could be in the next few years, but I choose to be traded to the Boston Celtics. That team is in disarray right now.
Yep,
that's where you want to go, and I'm not saying that that's where he wants to go, but I just wonder where else would you want to be right now? Where else do you feel like you're going to be the number one star on the team? Exactly. If you do that, you're going to have to go to a team like
Sacramento.
I don't know.
A bad team.
Maybe. And you would still probably be number 2 on that team. So it's just like
a Detroit. Come on, man. So speaking of Dallas, before we switch topics, Dallas, Luka is prepared to get the Supermax deal of $200 million.
Man, that's a lot of nachos.
Right? All right, let's see.
That's so
Damian Lillard, trade talks are starting to, heat up or whatever.
That's the saga.
Or not even heat up. They're rumors. The trade rumors are heating up. The possibility of him going to LA with the Lakers.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
Yeah. I mean, they got the space. They're going to be losing, what's the name? Schroeder, Harrell, and I think Drummond might not come back. You never know.
Right.
We'll see. Let's see. Tampering. Daryl Morey for the Sixers and Pat Riley for the Miami Heat. Both got tampering cases, or both were fined for tampering. Daryl Morey went on Twitter to say, hey, Steph, you can come to Philly too.
The audacity. But you know what? I kind of admire it.
You gotta admire the moxie here. Pat Riley was on Dan Lebatard's 24-hour watchathon, or not even watchathon, but it's 24-hour marathon on YouTube, and they were talking about, would you leave a key open or leave a key underneath the mat for Dwayne Wade if he ever decided to come back? Pat Riley heard that wrong, and he thought he was talking about LeBron. And he said, "Yes, I would love for LeBron to come back."
Oh boy,
he's always welcomed here. It was the best years when he was here. Boom, tampering.
Unreal.
Hilarious.
Come on, bro.
But it was 25,000, which is nothing for Pat Riley. So
not at all. That's chump change. But it's just funny because even if he misheard him, the fact that Pat Riley was cool with saying that It's a problem.
But you
Like,
know,
come on,
it's
man.
also a good thing though, because for a long time Pat Riley had much hatred for LeBron for leaving. Like he was upset. Like they took him out of like different like packages and like the championship packages and whatnot. They would omit LeBron and say, "Hey, these guys were doing really good," and they were like, "Wow, you just didn't even put LeBron picture there. That's kind of messed up."
That's wild.
So
Yeah.
it
So
was
there's a lot
it
of
was
context happening there
yeah
too already. There's a deeper story there, I
yeah.
think.
All right. So last but not least, because I got like 4 minutes here, Summer Game
Video
Fest and
games.
E3. I just want to hear you talk about it. Give me the preview. Give me what you're looking for, what you want, what you're interested in. Yeah, the floor is yours here.
The floor is mine. Okay, so I got to check out the Summer of Gaming, Jeff Keighley's joint, which was dope. It was a little weird because I, I there's a lot of celebrities
Yeah,
happening in video games right now, and that feels weird to me. That it's like when things go pop, it's
yeah.
just not the same.
It starts to lose
However,
the luster.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't really have any sort of like affinity for any of these people. So I'm just like, cool, all right, whatever. But like, I'm never gonna buy a game because, well, let me not say never, because I mean, I did think about the fact that like, you know, Adam Sandberg and Wanda Sykes in a game.
yeah.
That would be hilarious. I'm not even gonna front. It's weird, but I would play it
Yeah.
merely for that alone. But we'll see about that. But I don't know. I think there was a Death Stranding director's cut, which really got me for a loop because I swore it was
Yep.
I thought it was going to be a Metal Gear Solid sequel or something like that, which I don't think Kojima has rights for right now.
Yeah.
It's still in Konami's hands, which means that we'll never see anything from that again
Yeah.
after Metal Gear Rising. Nah, man, this is going to be a huge E3. I think this is going to be one of the best E3s that we've ever seen. Which is going to be weird because it is so different. It is an all digital event and
Yeah.
all that stuff. And I think we're going to have some huge reveals from everybody. I think Nintendo's going to drop some Zelda news on us. I think we're going to see Breath of the Wild 2. I think we're going to see what the Switch Pro is, whatever that's going to be, whatever it's going to look like, which who knows what that's going to be.
Yep.
I think we're going to get our new Smash DLC, which I'm super excited about because I love me some Smash Brothers.
Yep.
But outside of that, I think with I think Square Enix is going to have a good one, even though they're hit or miss whenever E3 comes around. I'm excited to see what Xbox has in store right now. It's just there's just so much, and then yeah, I just video games, man, they're
Yeah.
awesome, and I'm excited about the fact that like we have something to be excited about too, because I don't think we've had a lot of leaks this year because of
Yeah.
because of COVID.
Yep.
And so therefore people aren't working in close quarters, or people aren't looking over your shoulder on the airplane seeing that, oh look, Shadow the Tomb Raider, click, snapshot, uploaded to Reddit,
Yep.
was trending. Like that's not happening. And I think that's dope. That takes me back to, in the 90s and early 2000s when the only information you got from video games came in a monthly magazine,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to just like every single minute there's something updated. And it feels like that right now, and I'm really
Yep.
excited about that. Um, but it's just so overwhelming how excited I am because it's just like there could be so much. I hope I don't end up being disappointed at the end of it all.
Yeah.
But I also feel like we're going to see a lot of games that were supposed to come out this year be delayed to 2022 because I think
Yep.
the impacts of COVID aren't. We are not going to feel those ripples until this year.
Yeah.
I think a lot of stuff was already done last year. And there's a lot of like Japan's still in a state of emergency. A lot of studios in Europe are still struggling with that too.
Yeah.
It seems like North America's fine, which is weird. It's not fine, but relatively so. I think
Yeah.
we're doing better than most places. So it's just like, what's going to happen with games over the next year or two? I think you know it's exciting, but it's also just like there's going to be a lot of waiting. I think a lot of the games that we're going to see over this weekend,
Yeah.
there's going to be long 2022 spring summer releases that we're not going to get our hands on until late next year. If we can get our hands on a PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X, because those are still out of stock and will be. And I've read some report somewhere where they said it's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
So that's
Yep.
crazy to me that we will have been a year out from a console launch
Yep.
that still feels like it's launching.
Yep. I
So,
still don't
and
have it.
I've never remember anything like that before.
Well, this will be a good one, and I'm super excited, and I'm super happy that you were able to be here. Uh,
Yeah.
to see Jeff Goldblum and Ryan Reynolds giving out, you know, props at a gaming thing is definitely dope to hear. And it was super dope that we had KyleLiterally here to give us his expertise in
Hey,
sports and video games. Big thank you, my brother. You definitely follow
you're welcome.
KyleLiterally right there below, and his name KyleLiterally. You can also follow the Twitch that is right there scrolling across to, SQ
SQB cast.
Cast.
You
There you
little
go.
your little marquee ticker. Thinking you
Little
fancy.
ticker, yeah. See, it's like ESPN all over here, yeah.
It is.
So,
Marcus PN.
whew. All right, guys.
Yep.
So we're gonna take a small break, Reno, and we'll be playing Dead by Daylight in a little bit. Be right back.
Hey. Get him.
Hey. All right. Back from the break. Maybe get some Dead by Daylight in. There we go. Drop a sponsor really quick. Today's game is sponsored by Chork. Now featuring Chork Light, the alternative meat for the alternative generation. Chork Light! Shout out to the sponsors. Appreciate y'all. Keep running, girl. Oh. I'm working on a generator yet. Like, come on. Oh, wow, he done did a good job. He destroyed us. Ooh, that's not what I wanted. Bruh. Come on! Oh! How did you see me? Bam! Why? Woohoo! My family! Let's go! One thing I realized, I gotta get away from the shack, because that's where he's going all the time. I'm basically playing with Alice money right now. I have nothing to gain. Oh my god! Yeah, another, oh, man, I got it. At this point, he's gotta find the hatch. Oh, Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I just wish the bots would come up with a better script after a while. Like, change it up from time to time. Don't use the same thing every time. Give me a second. I need to get some water. Thirsty. Oh, word. Oh, wow. Oh, and the con though, the flashbang stuns the killer and they drop a survivor, but it stuns any survivors nearby. Oh, so yeah, you definitely have to be away, and you have to tell everybody you and your team like, yo, I'm about to drop this, because if you don't, if you're doing that with random people with no microphone, oh, it's doomed. Okay. Good, so you could juke killer then drop it. True. Flashlight. Right. That's what burns him. Nice. I think I've seen that before. Crap. Good job, guys. Somebody go get him. Guys, gotta go to the second hook. Don't do this to him. They got him. Let's go. Good stuff. Taking it so long. Ooh. Right. Run, girl, run! Oh! The worst part is you're a camper, yo. Do better. It's really lame, man. You camped us. Yeah. Get you, yo. She's already on number 2. You don't need to camp her. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yo, like we're in the same spot the entire fight, yo. You are at words. I was like, this bum's like, y'all. Like, you really camped us, like. Like, this isn't fun for anybody if you're gonna camp like this. Bruh, I'm on 2 already. Ah, you're a corny camper. Are you stabbing me? Wow. Run. This don't even feel fun. Like, yo, Bull sat here and camped the entire time. Like, yo, you went the one spot. Like, yo, there's so much on the map, and you just refuse to leave it. Like, he's not even trolling. He's just insufficient as a killer. Like, he just realized he could not get us on his own. He has to wait for us to be around our teammate to save them just to get the kill. Like, I get it once or twice, but yo, if you're doing it every time, it's a waste. Like, it's not even fun. Another generator, because basically Luna is gonna have to hold tight if we can knock out a generator. I gotta go get that girl. Even though it's completely stupid. Like, how can you literally camp her like this? Wow. Idiot. right, Nathan, keep her busy. I'm almost there, buddy. Why are you crawling downstairs? Oh, you got her. Let's go. Oh, come on. Yeah, man, we got work together, bro. Which one you want to do? Crap, 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 crap. Got it, loser. Suck it. Let's go, baby. Hey. Boom. Shouldn't have been camping, loser. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Woo. Yep. Woo. That was intense, man. I was getting annoyed, frustrated. I don't know. Ah. Oh, come on. Saw something. Can't tell. I couldn't make it out. Hang on, Mike. I got Mike. Good. Mike, you doing too much. Mike's already up. Oh. Hang in there, Afro. I got you. Don't struggle and make yourself cut even more, but I'm on my way. Ooh, that was way too close. Oh, God! Ooh. Oh my God, you got yourself. I said stop messing around with it, you idiot. Oh, I know who the killer is now. The hatch is by the door too. That's even wilder. See, if Afro was on that one, he'd have been fine. Now he's on two because he wanted to sit there and try to jump off like an idiot. Done. On it. I see if Mike was getting out. Get out, Mike. Mike's out. Yeah. Yeah, right? Yeah, I shouldn't have been in that lobby at all. Give me 1 second. I'm running solo, man. But I'm gonna do a party one day. I'm just doing solo right now. Especially I'm not going to be on for much longer. I got like less than an hour left. So I want to jump into doing a bunch of matches. I know I'm going to dip out on the field. I got to wait about 20 minutes per match somewhat. I got like 4 matches, maybe less than that in me. So we'll see. But I think, yeah, I'm gonna do one where I'm gonna open it up and everything one day. I know I'm limited right now. I'm running low on time. Yeah, I'm trying to grind out some more before the new update. I'm not sure yet, to be honest with you. I'm curious. I'm not sure. I'll see it when I'll feel it when I see it. Yeah, when I did my change, it was around that period they gave that grace period to change it for free, and I jumped on that quickly to get my name changed. At this point, finish the generator and come get me afterwards. Double team it. Cause they're trying to. He's gonna camp. Just finish the generator. Oh crap! He's headed that way. Come on, we have. Oh, come on! Oh! What? Wow. Go get the other girl. Oh, come on! Oh, God, I'm done. Yep. He hiding. Yep, I'm done. She waiting for. I think she might know where the latch is. Have a good night, man. Thank you for stopping by. Hydrating again on it. Appreciate it. Congrats to your cousin. Congrats to everybody that's graduating this week. Final half an hour of the stream. Alright, so that is it for us. As soon as they get out, if they can get out, awesome. If not, we will be out of here. And we'll be back tomorrow, obviously. The live react show. We're going to start off with a little Fortnite, and then we're going to do live react. So, you know the deal. Oh, he opened the door. Don't go to the close one. You know it. He closed the hatch. He knew where the hatch was. Oh. Oh, he didn't even follow you. Oh no. Alright, that is it for us. Mark TV is getting ready to go live. Hopefully there's no issues with Twitch. Twitch had a lot of issues setting up the reruns and everything like that. But hopefully we're good to go. This episode will be available on KyleMarcus.com and YouTube within the hour. So make sure you go check that out. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to both KyleMarcus.com and the YouTube channel. I love it. Appreciate y'all. Alright. Let me get this shown on. Big shout out to KyleLiterally for coming through earlier. Shout out to everybody that jumped in the chat. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to everybody that's been watching. Thank you. That's it for me, man. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm about to get this show on the road. I want you guys to stay happy, stay healthy, stay safe. Spread love when you can. And I will see you guys tomorrow, man. Have a good one. I truly appreciate you guys. And I can't thank you enough for all the chit chat and even just all the love and support, man. Again, I can't thank you guys enough. I'm out. I'm gonna holla at y'all. Peace.